It is time. All right. I'm doing it for real now. I'm actually going to do it. I will be doing the physics. Doing the calculations. That I've been putting off for a very, very long time. I think there's actually something... Right, let me go ahead and get the part set up. So... let me double check that I should be good. Yeah, I don't think there's anything here. Okay. These comments out of here. So the first thing I have to do is I have to get the... I mean, yeah, I'm really just kind of calculating the relative orientation from rest to where I want to be. So that will need a bone target rotation, motor target rotation. I have a motor joint, bone joint, which is the motor. This. Should I just call it target rotation? I'll just call it target rotation. It'll be a quaternion. I only need to calculate it the one time. So we just start off by being... Sorry, right, underscore target rotation. And then it is... I mean, I can just kind of one-line this whole thing. I'm actually curious now. I want to see what get bone pose rotation actually is. Bones pose rotation. So then as rest, okay, so this is stored directly as a quaternion, so this is like really fast to grab. What about rest pose? Okay, so I have this bones array. What is this bones array? Okay, so I only get it from... Yeah, I have to obtain it directly. Then, in addition to that, I am also curious about how basis works. We interesting. Trace is adding these up together. So these are the primary rows if, so this is almost always going to be happening here. So it's a square root. I mean, it kind of sucks, but. Oh. Can I really not do, I'll just do it like that. I calculate it once, and then I would solve motor velocity. So my idea here is that I take the difference between my current rotation and my target, and I obtain a quaternion from that. And then I split that into XYZ components. And at small, even for large changes, but once like you start getting close, I'm really only have to worry about one axis anyway. When things are far apart, it's kind of, it can be okay. I think I guess I shouldn't really worry about when angles are bad. Like if I have a joint come like this, and then it's supposed to just go like, you know, like that. Whoops. But due to, you know, the simulation not being able to reach perfection, it's possible that the joint could be like off the axis dramatically. It's even possible for it to be entirely off the axis. That could happen. I guess I'm just thinking like, what does it mean if it's really far off the axis? Do I need to do some sort of correction, some sort of mapping? Should I calculate the offset by, if I'm rotating on the, I can get a quaternion, which will just represent the current angle. And what I can do is I can try to rotate that back into place, and then I can calculate what the angle probably should be. So maybe that would go here then. So this just gets a pure rotation. But I do expect that I'm only allowed to rotate on one axis on the motor. So what I could do is I could look at the other two axes and correct for them. So probably what that means is there could be an ordering thing here. So either I take the shortest axis or the one that's offset by the least amount, correct for that, and then correct for the large axis. Or I correct for the large axis and then I correct for the other one. It would probably make more sense to do the smaller one first. There's actually two things here. I think what I really mean to calculate is not a target rotation, but a difference in rotation. I can calculate that first, and then I can add on to the angle errors that are accumulating. Because otherwise I'd be recalculating this every single time, and this value I know for a fact isn't going to change. I'm just applying velocities. So instead of doing target rotation, well, not calculating exactly like that, but maybe saying the target rotation is how far I would like to spin, right? So initially I'm calculating the bone pose, which this should be after IK. Yeah, this is after IK. Which IK is now tolerant of angle changes, so that means this could be off the IK axis as well. So possibly what I do is I take, yeah, I think I just calculate the difference here, and then I calculate that difference, and then I try to, I wonder if I should undo. Because it's possible that if I, looking at where I am and looking at where the IK has set me, the IK should not occur. The IK is restricted to rotating on the axis I provided, but it definitely will not alter that axis or alter any defect, and it won't add any defect. So this does mean that the difference between the current rotation and where the IK wants to go should only exist on the axis on the motor axis that I want anyway. So I think I don't even have to do an alignment. I can probably just scratch the alignment entirely. Yeah, I'll do that. So it's target rotation, and then the idea is I say, I now want to go from thinking about it like in terms of like differences here. It's like from this angle to this angle. What's that change? And then I want to say from where I am to where I want to go. What's that change? And then there's like a negative in here. I'm not, it's kind of annoying. It seems like the motors just kind of work backwards. It's probably just related to Godot having a weird rotation scheme, I think. Or maybe it's Jolt, I don't know. But whatever the angle is here, I have to apply the negative velocity on the negative to get the actual correct direction of rotation. Right. So now I need to know what angle I am at. So I guess I'm looking at bone joint data angle. Offset. Technically it is this offset basis, quaternion, inverse. It's a big thing here. So this obtains for me just purely that, and then I do have to restrict it on axes. But yeah, I'm thinking that I probably want to maintain quaternions for the errors as well. So I'll have... this rotation error, and that'll be what the chain can apply. Why did these expand? Those definitely just randomly expanded. Or did they not? I don't know. Maybe they did. Maybe I'm crazy. So I'm calculating my target rotation, and I think that's probably where I leave it. And then... I can... I think probably... I'll just continue to chain this. Is there a simplification that could be made doing this? I don't know. I am going to print out these parts so I can see what the angles are. I might only care about specific ones though, but I don't have a way to... There's the part index. So, okay, I'll say if the index is 2, I'll still get like 6 prints, but... Also, you know what? I kind of wonder if I could just do like... Yeah, I've got an idea here. Yeah, let's just do 2 and I'll do a... name, target rotation, and then I'll do rad 2 degrees, target rotation angle. So technically a quaternion is like an axis and an angle, so if I'm calculating the difference correctly, I think this means I should just see the angle should generally correspond directly to the axis that the motor should rotate on. Generally. Yeah, because if the difference between the rest pose and the rotation pose. Okay, so that one actually can incur some errors there, actually. Then maybe what I really mean to say is I would like to know there's possibly a simplification here where the physical skeleton can just kind of save the angles that things are at, and then I can get the new angle after IK runs, and I should see the difference between the two should very specifically be a single axis of rotation. That difference should be perfect. Because the IK is already doing work to make it perfect. Redoing that work here would be difficult. So maybe that's what I should do then. Because this update here is... Yeah, this is the current rotation that I set. And I set it exactly one time. And then I can... If the bone joint data is destroyed... Update motor torque. Right. That's like live or powered or not powered. Yeah. So I can actually look at... I can save this angle here. And then I can calculate the difference between these two. I think that's what I should do. So maybe this should just be like bone rotation. So I save it there. And then... So is bone joint... So now what I can say is bone rotation is going to be the difference between from and to. From here to here. From bone rotation to... Is that kind of the same setup? Skeleton bone rest. It's getting this rotation relative to this one is what this is doing. Or it's not relative to that one. Why is there not an inverse there? Oh, it's because this is just a delta. Right, this is a pure difference between the two angles. So this is the bone pose rotation. So I want to get from the current bone pose rotation to the new bone pose rotation. Relative to the rest rotation. So it'd be from here from this one to this one. Okay, so think about it this way. This rotation relative to this rotation. And if my reasoning is right, this should only be applied to one axis. Which I think means I probably just take this one away completely. Too many deletes. Let's see what this does. Output overflow, of course. Is there a way I can know which one it is? Yeah, let me try this. And get parent name. Begins with. It's probably just like front left or something. Let's try that. Hopefully a little less spam. So I see the axis is very strong in the X. So front left should be this one. Those are in degrees. Okay, so the axis just changed to the z-axis very strongly. Which would not be correct. It should be the x-axis. Interesting. It's definitely an X rotation, right? Yeah, the X-axis can change. The Z-axis cannot change. So my thinking here is that I just have some probably wrong math. So from what I had before to what it is now. Yeah, that one doesn't make sense. Because this poses, yeah, with respect to a rotation from parents. So it should be just perfect. And yet it changed when I pushed it. In fact, I feel like I should be suspicious of it if it's ever not like almost completely on the X. Like I was expecting to see these should basically be 0 and this should be a 1 or like a bunch of 9s. Like at least 4 or 5 9s. Because nothing else should be changing. Hey, Danilin. You really gotta stop sending me links, man. Please. Grimes. Dude, why are you sending me Grimes? Why is it different? Yeah, and then I like pushed on it and then suddenly the Z-axis takes over. I forgot that's your name. What? Yeah, at this point the Z-axis just is taking over after I pushed it. Like I said, this shouldn't be happening anyway. This should be like almost a pure rotation on the x-axis. That is supposed to be the only thing that it does. What exactly was it before? The target rotation would be just that. That's the target. Bonjour, Ted. Hi, Elia. My hair just appeared and now it's gone. So, from this to this, right? From this to this. Why is it? No, it doesn't make any sense. But maybe it does make sense. Maybe it does, because it's more about the angle, right? The axis actually can change. But also, why did it change like this, though? And let me make this by like degrees instead. So radians to degrees would be 180 per pi. So I multiply by 180 and divide by pi. Can red? Thanks for the. Yeah. I will drop the name and just do those. Right. Okay, so the axis just flips instantly to the Z. Very, very strongly. 360 degrees is what you're telling me? What? $340, I mean? What are you talking about? All right, let me print this like sometimes. This is so good. Danilin, dude, please. Like I'm actually gonna start like charging. I'm gonna start charging you to send me links at this point. No, dude. Stop. Stop. I'm gonna start charging you. And it failed to launch. Actually, no, hang on. This isn't really a failure. It's just gonna go really, really slowly. It's still gonna launch. Eventually. Oh, okay. It's crashing my computer, and I'm fine. What the hell? Okay, maybe I should stop that, because that, like, lagged really hard. I dropped 2 seconds there. And then the mouse doesn't work. Well, then what was the point of trying? Okay, so the axis is just very strong, the z-axis. Which I don't really... It looks like as it's like... Okay, let me do this. Alright, I need to spin it over. Trying to get it to... This is probably pretty good. Is the crashing back? Well, it's just because every now and then, like it's like literally a slot machine. Like 1 in 15 launches will just fail, and then it nearly bricks my computer. Everything freezes. So I really don't understand why like an axis is so large on these other angles, because technically it's not allowed to rotate this way. This is the dominant angle right now, but if I were to like spin it over, how does it have 5 degrees on the z-axis? It's just not allowed to have that kind of thing. I'm gonna run and do it at full speed and see. Almost entirely a z-axis rotation, which I feel like I can see that. Right, I can't see yellow here, I can't see white here, but I can see white here on this interior thing, which means and it's a very large angle now. I'm gonna keep running into it until I get another print. Oh, this is a huge angle. Yeah. Okay. So there's something weird about this. Why is it like that? The IK can't be changing that. Is it definitely not changing that? I can't tell. Can I try gaming? But like, how do I make this work? Like, apparently game embedding is supposed to be an editor choice, but the only option is prefer project, and then I couldn't find it in project. Window placement? Monitor display the project on when starting the project from the editor. What are you talking about? There's this. Wait, what is this? No, that doesn't work. single window? Is one of these gonna make it? You are so mean to me. Whoa, what's happening? Why is it? What just happened? It's been... What's happening? I swear I've been clicking this and it's never been showing it to me. Oh my god. What is happening? It did it though. It did it. It opened it in a new thing. It almost did. Okay, so wait. I just saw something there. Hang on. Prefer Wayland? Is my computer dying? I clicked the box. It's like totally... It's gone. It's gone. I just broke it. Okay, how many frames was that? Oh, good. Okay. What happened? What did they mess with in the update? That just like that practically just bricked my computer for 10 seconds there. And this is back. Okay, but I would how do I stop it from running? And why is that menu just totally busted? That menu is so broken. Why are we still embedding? Turn that off. I just want it to pop up as like a floating window. Is that too much to ask for? Yes, apparently it is. It's way too much to ask for. Specific to the Mac OS platform. Did I just crash it again? Oh, no, I know what's happening. I know what's happening. Okay, we're back. Another 10 seconds. Deleted. Alright. I gotta be super careful where I put my mouse. Because this is in like a crazy bugged out state right now. Very quickly open that. Nope, I opened the wrong thing. Close. Do not hover over anything. Go to platforms. Well, now I'm confused because that's already off. What did I just change? Wait, what have I changed? Okay, then I didn't change anything. Why is it being totally broken right now? What did I do? Is it single window mode? Single window mode is what's saving me? Game embedding is not available in single window mode. Can I hover? Can I open a menu and hover the items without Godot crashing? Alright. Game embedding is not available. And it's failed. Try again. Okay, so I'm just not allowed to have it because just something is totally bricked with Godot. And it's this single window mode. They fucked something up. It's been broke. Like it was definitely just some Godot updated one day and it was just bad. It's just been bad ever since then. Or it was a system update. I did some kind of system update and then it's just been bad. Okay, well now I understand. Now I understand. It's that. I swear to God I've been clicking this menu. I swear to God I've been clicking this and it's just not been here. It's been only these options or something. Okay, well, I don't need it. Been fine without it. So does single window mode really just cause that to like never float? Clicking that thing just crashes it. Oh, actually, wait, did it crash it? Maybe it didn't crash it. Let's see what happens. Because I think it crashed because I turned it off before. Okay, yeah, it crashed because I turned it off before. Windows spawn at invalid position. Cool. Still doesn't work. What if I turn that on and then I turn off single window mode? Okay, so here's the test. I can click here, gizmos, and then Interesting. And Godot is now okay. The 3D viewport is now broken. Oh, it just is broken. It just is broken now. Okay, quit. Launch. Can I please pan the camera around? Okay, just perspective. What? Tell me this floats now. Okay, it still doesn't float. So, great. Great. Hey, this floated correctly. So, what's the big deal then? Oh, it crashed. Okay, so it still crashes. Can anyone create software for Linux? Is it possible? I'm pretty sure, you know what, I'm just going to say it. It's got to just be like the modules. It's the modules. They're using some modules and it's just bricking the whole thing. They got some modules in here, some dependencies, and the dependencies are written by apes with keyboards. They're chimps at the typewriter. Everything looks a little blurry to me. Why does everything look a little blurry? Yeah, I'm just gonna assume that they just, like, the fact that I went out of single window mode and it was able to pop up a floating window is crazy. I can't believe that. And then it crashed because single window mode hovering stuff bricks everything. So, what is game workspace floating? What does that mean? Because it doesn't even work, I think. And I can't run it right now anyway. Because game embedding is disabled in single window mode. That is, like, what does that mean, too? What does that even mean? Single window mode, game embedding is not available. What is game embedding then? Because I imagine game embedding is this becomes the game, right? We don't launch a new window, we just put it right there. So in single window mode, I can't... And then per project configuration, what does that mean? Per project configuration. How does that work? Where would I do that? Now, let me just search it again. Maybe someone's finally asked the question and figured it out. Like, hey guys, I'd noticed that Godot just crashes non-stop for me now on Linux, and I can't use Linux anymore. Freeze never happens on compatibility render. A 3D scene. So it's an NVIDIA thing. Yeah, I mean the thing is they obviously fucked something up in one of the Godot updates then. Because this is everyone's saying it's been working on 3 and then it suddenly broke at some point while using 4 after an update. Specifically fixed in 590. Well, I can't use that because I don't have... I think it is specifically Godot or Godot is doing it. It's not like a driver problem. Godot is doing something that breaks it. And then they dropped it. Like, is there not a single guy working on the Godot engine who's on Linux? Like, I feel like I would honestly think it would be a proportion that does not match population ratio. Like, if it's 10 to 1 of population, it would be like 5 to 2 or 5 to 3. This is a duplicate of this one, which was closed. Wait, so it is Vulkan driver? I mean, my thinking is it's possibly just something like you're not following. You're doing something wrong in your code, and the driver version has been saving you from a bug. And then the driver finally updates and like some undocumented behavior or something like that is finally fixed. That was a bug that your setup was relying on to like save you from your own bug. So like 2 bugs don't cause a bug. 1 bug, now you have the bug. Yeah, 590 apparently. That's another one who says, I don't know, it may not be the same person. Thing is, I don't think I can get 590. I think I'm locked at 580 right now. I think 590 is like I need to have a different GPU to get to 590. Let me see. Because I would really just like to be able to freaking have the floating window. It's so annoying. Yeah, I'm stuck at 580. There has been an update maybe recently that I may not have. I can't remember. Okay, let me see exactly what I have. I'll just go here. I think it's a thing where like the one that I actually have doesn't show up here. I'm looking for it is this one. So it's 142, this is 159. I mean, the thing is I can't do this. I have to stop my stream to do this. And I don't wanna. And then it's like I'm gonna forget to do some update and then I'm out of black screen, then I'm gonna have to go do all of the rest of the updates that I forgot to do through teletype terminals, whatever they're called. Like, is there like an update list or something? Like what's changed for these versions? Yeah, I don't know. Annoying. Like I said, I mean, it's still definitely a thing where there's just something that an old driver's like sparing you from a mistake you're making. And then the new driver stops holding your hands and the mistake manifests. And then apparently then it changed again, so then it starts holding your hand again. Like I don't know. I just wish I didn't have to keep updating my graphics drivers, because at a certain point I'm forced to. Like the software just stops working because the drivers are just so old that the software's like, all right, if you want the new stuff, time to update your drivers. Why'd you stop? Like, why do you not support the older ones? Why not? Why are we doing that? Why are we dropping support for stuff that's like 5 to 6 years old? Why are we doing that? People just gotta stop buying GPUs, man. If people just stopped buying GPUs after 2000, I would be fine. I'd be able to have my floating window. I'd be able to have my floating window and not do this every single time. People just stopped buying GPUs after 2000. We'd all be fine. It's literally that like future what is it? I can't remember what the word is, but it's like the word for like a perfect society or something. Can't remember the name. Would be in the ideal society if people stopped buying GPUs after 2000. We'd still be able to run all the games the exact same. Games would all look better. Games would be more performance. There's just no reason. Okay, so why is it still that this is just totally wrong? I don't quite understand. How is it possible? Bone rotation, get bone rest, and then rotate that by the offset. Save that. So like a difference between that and the current bone pose rotation. You know what, let me just do a test. Just like a total, this should be 0 all the time. Okay, right, it's 0 all the time. I think what I'd like to do is comment all that out. I will comment all this out. I'll print bone rotation and I print both of these. Okay, they're a bit odd. A new line. And then another new line. So I can really split these apart. I'm already suspicious of it. Because I feel like I'm seeing something dramatic already. Yeah. I don't understand that. That doesn't make sense to me. It's not allowed to rotate on those axes. It's a smaller angle, and the angle has traveled more on that Y and Z component. Just, I don't understand that. Yeah, project the rotation, the limitation axis, according to the current pose. There's also this. Limitation is valid. That one is just a total rotation. That's fine. I guess in a way there's a certain because this uses the pose, normally this would be the rest, that it does have like a feedback to itself. I just don't, I'm really confused. Why is the IK reading as if why? Because this hasn't actually rotated on that axis, I think. I don't think it actually has. But it's saying it has. It says that it did. But I don't know. It's just like if I okay, let me I gotta take the dog out. I'll be back. Wait, let me just look at this for a bit. I'm going to turn off shapes. The thing is, this IK looks really good to me. Like, this is what I want it to be. But, yeah. It's so strange how this is working out. So the IK is just slightly off from... It's slightly away, which is right. But it very obviously has like this rotation to it that I just saw it creating like a rotation that it shouldn't be allowed to create. Okay. It's definitely incorrect then. That rotation is not possible. Okay. So I've said that it, given the angle that it's at, it can rotate freely in that way. But is it like a reconstruction problem where it's allowing to rotate this way, but then in like, because of what IK is it's just doing forward vectors. It's just drawing forward vectors. So there's sort of, can we, jeez. There's sort of a reconstruction that has to happen where it has to go back from these forward vectors to, it has to reconstruct the up and the right. Or more just like a right axis. It has to reconstruct a right axis. So it's probably on chain IK. Or iterate IK. No, it's probably going to be chain IK, isn't it? Because we're just saving locations, but then... yeah, this is just going to be... This is just going to be terrible. It's actually just going to be terrible. Can... Stop doing that? Iterate IK here. Scroll down. Process joints. We run through iteration count. And then I say set bone pose rotation of that bone to this L pose. So I'm looking for how L pose is calculated. Hello, do init blind. Solve iteration, cache current joint rotations. So who knows where that is? Yeah, literally who knows where that is? It's here. The iterate IK header file, because of course it is. Do I work in C#? Nope. Okay, so how do we calculate it? This also applies limitations. Get swing. Is it possible? Let me think about this. So what I did here was I turned this off. I turned this off because I thought that this was still keeping things fixed. Because it sort of is. Get from to rotation by axis. When I get to go find what that is. It's on skeleton modifier. Axis. So I suppose then what I want to do is probably turn this off. I say turn off, turn whatever, right? Get rid of that. And now I need to figure out how can I apply this in a way that doesn't instantly just clobber the incoming changes, I guess. So maybe what I'd be doing is I'd be looking at the change between previous. I still just have a forward vector. So perhaps what I do is I could just say, well, what is get swing? An axis using from. What if I did get swing and I used the current, the global pose, which is whatever it was before. Previous is saving the current L pose, so that means global pose should also be set. From as the axis. I'm really confused. A quaternion built from two vectors. What does that even mean? Is that like the quaternion that rotates from into two? The number of files I have to open. It's probably here. No, why would it be? It was obviously here. the shortest arc between two. Right. The thing is, that already seems kind of correct. Why would you not just take this multiplied by that? Because then it does get swing using from. So it's sort of like transforming this into some other rotation based on from. Is there possibly documentation about what that means? No, why would there be? Is this a binding, perhaps? No. Maybe what I can do is I can construct an orientation so assuming, okay, I think it's the case that definitely the IK is applying its angles correctly. It's just that then in the process of converting that into an orientation, it's incurring like a huge error on certain things that it shouldn't be allowing to happen. I don't know if I said hello. You said bonjour. That's what you said. Is that sort of what this does? A rotation and then an axis. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know what that's doing. I think I just need to make this one better. Instead of just purely applying a rotation from rest, I would prefer if it applied a rotation from the current pose. So maybe what I could do is say, given the current pose, multiply it by the quaternion of the arc from 2. Would that be alright? Because from, or rather, it would probably just be previous It's going to be really similar to whatever this does, right? Get projected rotation, global pose. Which I think is right, just right up here. Get projected rotation. Calls snap vector to plane. So essentially we take our vector, we cancel out the offset, we snap that to the plane, and then we transform it back. I mean, I think no matter what, like, I'm trying to avoid doing this, but I think I have to say that the new pose is depending on the prior pose. And it might just be the case where I take that shortest arc from 2 and I apply that to the current pose. The forward vector, okay, maybe it's more like I take, oh, yeah, okay, no, I understand why. So from, the reason why it's kind of bad is because from is actually like, it's resting. It's like resting forward, I think. Yeah. So forward vector is effectively its rest. So from into, also it's in global space because we're taking the forward vector and we're getting it relative to its global rest. So forward is also, get bone rest. Okay, yeah, I think current vector, yeah. So current vector must be global space for the skeleton, because otherwise this wouldn't make any sense. So that must be what current vector is. I've kind of lost my train of thought. I don't know where I was going. I have the previous. The rotation I want. What's the rotation I want to apply to previous? The rotation I want to apply to previous is where the current vector was and where it ended up. So how do I know what that is? Also, I could possibly use this as an intermediate, actually. So I can get this swing. Because now it's going to be kind of in the right spot. And I could have like a correction to this where I say, all right, cancel everything that isn't the rotation axis vector. So I could L pose holds where I was before I did the iteration. Current vector holds where I am now. How could I use that? Oh, jeez. I think I should be down here, though. So it may be the case that I might still be able to run this. So I run this, and I get that. But then I would sort of... I would sort of get... My from is previous. My to is to. One is a quaternion, one is a vector 3. What I could do is create a... I guess I could create a quaternion. What do I want it to be? I want it to be that from my previous, I apply a rotation only on from the perspective. I mean, okay, like I said, it's similar to this, or rather exactly the same. Get projected rotation. So essentially this allows this vector to change only on this local axis. So my local pose is technically already encodes that. So my local pose can, I would say that, I use that as my baseline. And I say, all right, given a rotation from to 2, which is actually kind of bad. I think it should probably be previous to 2. Given that rotation, I apply that. I travel from previous in to 2, but only on the axis that I'm allowed to rotate by. Which means either previous has to be converted to a vector, or 2 has to be converted to a quaternion. Which one might be easier? It might be easier to take a basis from that quaternion, get that forward vector, and then use that. And then I might say get from to rotation by axis. I think that's it. So 2 is relative to the global rest. So now it should be sort of like I've taken the global okay, I think converting previous into, yeah, I need to convert previous into a vector. So let me do that. Yeah, let me just say from is going to be equal to, actually, from is literally only used in this context. So let me just put it inside of here. Basis constructed from previous. And then I would want to get the y-axis. So I might just be able to say that. I have no idea how to use a basis. In the C++ world, I have no clue. The script, I would just say .y. Here, I don't know what that is. I don't know if accessing 1 is the same as doing that. So let me look for the operator. Rows, great. It's exactly what it does. 1 will obtain the y. Great, okay. So I construct a basis from the quaternion, and I can just do that. I believe the constructor just says it makes it and says set quaternion, right? Basis quaternion, set quaternion. And then apparently that's too complicated for this file. And it's actually really fast, it looks like. There's one division, everything else is pretty quick. Okay, good. So, not really a concern for performance there. So I have the from. And then I would say, I have the real from. And then I would say, current pose should be rotated by this. Now the only issue is whether or not from is actually correct. From is normally the forward vector. Forward vector is calculated as is in local space. So forward vector was local space. Yeah, this is just what's odd to me. Which means that 2 doing this effectively transforms it into a local pose. Effectively. So 2 is a local pose. Previous is a local pose. Forward vector is a local. Yeah, because forward vector is a local. Yeah, effectively it's the same thing as L rest. It literally is because that's what get bone rest is. That's L rest. So I'm treating L rest rotated whatever it takes to get from L rest into 2. This would just be saying the L pose is going to be rotated by whatever it takes to get from what it is now into 2, but only along this axis. So it'll maintain whatever errors or defects it has, and it will only rotate on this way. Is this okay? So if I'm right about it, then that means when I turn my print stuff back on, I should seriously see the only difference between the pose I set and the pose IK puts out is purely rotation on that axis that I've allowed it to rotate on. I should not see any of that crazy twisting, which I actually was able to finally see it. It was like a substantial, like 90 degree, 40 degree, 50 degree. I could really see it, like Y yaw rotation that was happening. Which is not allowed to rotate on that way. Which I think is just because I had this. Just because before what it's doing is it's rotating from rest into the target. Now I'm rotating from where I am to where I want to be. Somehow it feels like it's wrong. But at the same time, it also doesn't seem incorrect at all. I know what my rotation should be because my rotation should be where I am, where I was, to where I want to go. What it's actually calculating is my rotation should be, or not even my rotation should be, my new pose should be, how do I go from rest to where I want to go? But it's definitely necessary because I definitely can't use rest because rest does not have defects. So I have to start with the defects. I have to build on top of them. Which means my pose is just going to be a rotation. My change is actually going to be a change. It's not going to be a reset. It's going to be a change. It does mean that if you have any defects, if you are building up any defects, they will stay. They don't get corrected. Though I do have this rest correction, which helps. So if you're only allowed to rotate, if somehow I end up with a yaw, like just from floating point error precision, I end up with a yaw, it should be able to fix that by slowly rotating back. Okay, well that's a compile day, so it's staying on the low values. Okay, so hopefully it looks exactly the same, but better. That's what I hope. The same, but better. Definitely not the same, but better. Something weird has happened, though. Very interesting. All right. So what did I mess up? My guess is maybe from to rotation by axis is not what I think it's doing. I see it. So this is making an assumption that from and to are already like in local space, which they are. They are in local space. I suppose I could probably like reconstruct this and then do a test. Um, is there a length thing happening? Two is normalized. From was forward vector, which I know is normalized. Yeah, it's taking this vector and snapping it to here so that it's normalized. And I'm making a... Huh. It should be normalized. Also, what's even a bit weirder is that it's rotating so strongly, too. Shouldn't it not even be allowed to rotate this far? Max iterations 10, angular delta limit 0.1. So that's 1 degree. This should be able to travel 1 degree. I mean, obviously something is wrong. But then what? How quickly does it... That's instant. That is instant. So it's really messed up. And what's happening here? I'm really confused. Stop at the orthogonal. Yeah, because what this does is it just takes that bone global pose and puts it there. It's literally instant. But it's also like weirdly stable. Is it the wrong axis? Because I'm pretty sure the y-axis is the forward. Thing is, it's stable, right? This is stable. I mean, it's almost stable. It has this like ridiculous snapping is happening. But it looks so stable. Oh, do I gotta stare at it before it makes sense? Do I really just have the wrong... It's supposed to be 2? Like, I feel like if I was wrong with this, it would be like flickering like crazy or something. Okay, let me cancel this. I'm gonna make it build faster because it's just... This is gonna be insane. To keep going back and forth testing this. I need those 20-second links. Yeah, 100% done, and it's just... Oh, that's funny. 100% done. It's gonna be 100% for like 90% of the build time. Doesn't make any sense. It should be the y-axis. I know it should be that. How is it such a big angle change? That's okay. That's honestly the weirdest part. How is the angle change so substantial? And it's like it's moving it too. Weirdly, I feel like it's also moving it. On that, maybe like my offsets are wrong. Because I just say global position goes there, and then I say this. Like, I don't know, that it doesn't make any sense to me. How can it be such a huge change? It's like displaced really far. It's displaced pretty far away. It doesn't seem like it's actually attached. To the body correctly. Like it's been moved away. Yeah, like I just this doesn't seem to make any sense to me. Let me just take that off and just... That doesn't make any sense to me. How is it... How? I changed this and it's still... is like an insane value. Teleporting it to where the bone would be. Like, how is it? How is changing a rotation translating it in space like this? I don't. What? Dude. Hey. Hey. Hi. What do you want? Ooh, what do you want? Okay. I gotta take care of the dog. I'll be right back. I'm back. Alright, so yeah, how is this even outputting a huge rotation? Like, even if I rotated it 180 degrees and I flipped it upside down, like the largest rotation you could possibly have, like, why does it look like it's going 90 degrees when the furthest I allow it to go is a single degree? It's like literally in one step, it goes from here to like translated and sideways. How is it doing that? And also, this isn't even like a build up either. This is like every single time. Because what happens is, because of how I'm running it, it's clearing the chain. It pulls in everything in current joint rotations. It says the rest is the bone pose. I remember messing with this and I determined that changing this didn't work. Okay. It was getting obnoxious, actually. Well, look at that. I forgot that it did that. Huh. Cache current joint rotations. Okay. I mean, if these guys just wrote all of the code in the CPP files, then I wouldn't have to have 6 files open at once to follow this. If only they did that. Okay. So I run init joints. Init joints calls init current joint rotations. Init current joint rotations does this garbage. We got a stream blender. All right. Good luck. Have fun. Okay. It calls that. That calls setting init joints. Setting init joints is here. Then this calls init current joint rotations, which goes here. Okay, right. Now, cache current joint rotations uses lpose, which is actually not, or lrest, which is actually not correct at this point. Or no, it is. It's recalculated. Current lrest is recalculated right there, so it's actually correct here. I still don't get how. It doesn't matter which one of these I choose, it's wrong. Is this times equal not doing what I think it's doing? This is just like an insanely long line of code. Why does rest, and then lrest is actually definitely correct because I'm forcefully calculating it up there. So you get the angle between from L pose to rest, and then I interpolate from L pose to rest. By angle, which could be really large. So if rest correction is like 1 degree and then angle is 10 degrees, I want to go 1/10. What if angle is negative? Angle can't be negative. Angle is always positive. So I don't have to worry about that. So that must be correct. Here's another modification where I say L pose will be previous interpolating towards L pose. Previous is previous modified. Does doing this somehow modify previous? It takes it as a const, so it shouldn't be modifying it. Right. But I tried 1 here, and I tried 2, and I got the exact same result both times. How is it rotating as far as it's able to rotate? At the end of the day, that's what the problem is. Somehow, it is rotating so much further than it's supposed to be able to. By a significant amount. It's ridiculous how much it's rotating. And I think it's also teleporting them too. I don't understand that. The teleportation. I'm going to send this to, actually, I'm just going to close this one, I think. Send that to 7. So I just don't get it. I don't get what's going on. It's not making any sense to me. It still is not making any sense to me. Like, it doesn't matter what I tell it to rotate by. It has to be limiting it. And it's not limiting it. So let me check what is the limit right now. Is the limit broken? What if I allowed 1 iteration? No iterations. Interesting. So it's just immediately wrong. How is it immediately wrong? Active. Why are you telling me about a null instance? What the fuck? Dude, what? Invalid access. Okay, I don't care. Why did setting that to be not active like delete the whole thing? Where's the sulfur info? Is there a way to print that nicer? What is happening? Apparently it's just so obvious no one has ever asked the question. Dude, hiss. Oh my god. Sword key is at full precision. Okay. That's all I need. I'm losing it. I am slowly losing it. Okay, so forward. Forward is weird. It's a weird value for forward. Current. I mean, that's like relative to the skeleton, right? Pose. These are just essentially rotations on the z-axis. On the x-axis. So these actually look correct to me, which is crazy because so what's going on? They're definitely not in the right place. They're obviously not. I don't get the translation. The translation part is weird. So I must be not placing them correctly. But how can I be placing them incorrectly? The only thing I'm doing is I'm taking this and I'm setting its global transform to be that. Are these top level? Is this top level? Ensure bone mesh. I do think I see a mistake. I do see a mistake. This should be if not. Then I do this. I build a add child, and then I don't return. And then I set the mesh material override. And then I position it based on this offset. So technically a small mistake there. So why is this wrong? On pose finalized. Let me, I guess, display this. So this is the current. This is where it should be. So I can copy that. I can go to crawl, I can add a marker, and I can place it there. The thing is, this looks correct to me. This does actually look correct to me. Why are we always in orthogonal from the top down? Oh. Alright, where's this marker? Okay, no, that's definitely not correct then, right? That certainly isn't right. And what is this rotation? I have no clue if I can just type things in like this. Yeah, okay, so it's going to be hard to get to work. Because it's going to keep normalizing it and then like flipping signs and things. Like, am I crazy or something? What, like, why does this one not really not want to be a negative value like that? Why does it highlight when I type in quaternion like that? Why does that happen? Member redefined in native class. What? But that's not a thing. I've never seen that. I've never seen that. That's crazy. Okay, well. Alright, whatever. Okay. So now I can type in something here and it's not going to keep like aggressively normalizing it, right? It's just going to let me type in whatever I want. It's not going to let me type in whatever I want. Oh, because I'm not typing in the right place. Here, you're going to let me type in whatever I want. Yeah, great. So now I can type in the negative values that I need to have. And I don't have to worry about it overriding and doing normalizations constantly and just preventing me from typing in the values that I want to type in. Copy value. Paste value. Why is that a negative? Okay, well, then clearly it's in the wrong place, right? But I already knew that because that number should be 1. But why is it over there? Why is it over there? Yeah, let's try this. Stop. Oh yeah, I left it open. 20 seconds. It's a long 20 seconds. Great. Oh no, that wasn't a real thing. Okay. Okay, still faster. All right. And it failed instantly. Okay. So there's new current, which is pretty much the same place it was before. So understand. I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense. What am I missing? What's wrong with it? Current L pose is applied current L pose is obtained from here. Get bone pose basis rotation. Right. Why does this not work? This just obviously doesn't work. I'm taking the previous thing and I'm allowing up to like a fraction of a degree of a rotation. Why does it not work? Am I setting it wrong from here now? Did that happen? Did this suddenly become wrong? Let me see. What would this be from? Which one would this be then? I feel like that's already wrong. Okay. So that's incorrect. This is the rest. It is not that. It is the relative rest. Okay, that does. I mean, it doesn't seem correct though. So, essentially, assuming that we're like in the space of hang on, top level. Okay, that seems better. It does seem better, but this is also definitely not right. Why is that bone axis? That is really wrong. Okay, so when I corrected the bone axes before, did I actually re-import them? Did I do that? Let's go check Blender. because I know that I messed up and I gave them rotations that they were not allowed to have. But then I fixed that. Did I forget to re-import it? Those all look perfect to me. So I forgot to re-import it. Let me just see this. The Z is vertical. Or wait. I don't remember exactly. It's good to me. Yeah, so what I would expect is that these two lines are effectively overlapping every time. Or Z is just pointing straight up. So it was probably, that could have been an issue. Yeah, like, actually, why is it always orthogonal? I'm getting mad. Why are we always orthogonal? Auto orthogonal enabled. Why? Why would that be on? When did I turn that on? Just shit keeps happening, man. Point 0.9. No, I want to load. Why doesn't it work? Why can't I copy like that? What did how did I do that? What? I just got like, what just happened? It just, I hit paste instead of copy? That must be what happened. Copy. Paste. I'm gonna actually explode. So I click up, I want to go orthogonal, right? But then when I like leave the scene and come back, it's in I'm just so confused. And it's getting really annoying. All right. So this is the global orientation of this one. It's pointed the wrong way, and it has this insane rotation to it. How is that possible? Here's the global rest. What if the global rest is like correct, right? Let me not even do that one. Let me duplicate. No, that's also not correct. That's not what these are. That's not what this is. That's not what it is. These bones are rotating, and they're not. It's still incorrect. Yeah, here's the thing. I swear I'm seeing these bone twists, and this is not what it is. That's not what this is. Those twists are not supposed to be there. Back to Blender. Like this is what they should look like. Overwrite. Quit. The hell? Okay, but they also look right. They do look right. They look right here. And why are the bone meshes not appearing in this list? They should be. Can I show? Hide filtered out parents. What was all of this? Okay. So these are effectively the same rotation now. Okay. The rotation's wrong, but it doesn't seem that bad. Because this should be like one IK step, like pretty much doing nothing. I'm looking in the wrong place. Local. Right. So it's sort of wrong. Here was my other question. Yeah, the y is the length of it. Okay. And I would say this is way more than 1 degree as well. I think this is definitely further than a single degree. So chain. Yeah, this should be the one that just printed. I guess setting is 0. So it just printed the I mean, okay. What's that? That was weird. That did that in a really weird way. Yes, this is just go forward 0.31 divided by 2. All right, what's the next one? Pointing vertically. Sure. Okay, so at least this is sort of making sense so far. This maybe makes sense. Okay, it is still an absurd rotation to apply in a single step, supposedly. That doesn't make any sense. Okay. So this at least makes sense in the fact that it's like this is supposedly what the mesh is going to look like right now after things teleport, right? So if I were to just hit continue, okay, so they do kind of look like that. They at least sort of look like that. And then now they don't. Okay. So I've got a problem here then. So I set its global transform to be there. And then I need to move it in this local space thing. So this is displayed wrong. This offset would essentially take maybe looking for translated local. Maybe that would make sense. Okay. All right, I think the IK is now displaying correctly. Okay. It's displaying right. Now, it is still somehow totally bypassing this. It just does not care about this. L pose would be what? I get the bone. It's just straight up, purely the bone pose, and nothing else. It's all in here. I just don't. I don't understand. This still doesn't make sense to me. How? How is it not limited correctly? In a single step, it explodes. One iteration, it's rotating like to a crazy angle. It shouldn't matter it should not matter what I set L pose to. It cannot go further than this in one step. Because I save previous, which is whatever it would load it in as, which is going to be loaded in here. You know what, let me go up here. It may be that I am just like actually giving it the wrong rotation somehow. So I will set bow and pose rotation, and I will do I'll just see here if I'm making it wrong. Definitely right. It's definitely correct here. Let's step through one more and see if it starts to go awry somewhere. That one's also correct. The last one. That's also correct. So each of these definitely right. I'm setting the correct pose there for sure. I must be. And then IK runs. And now the pose is crazy. even this one is strange because this is the rest pose, and then after that one step, this is what it's come up with. It's come up with that. Why does this not fix it? Because honestly, it seems like it's saved only for the fact that this has a limitation here. It seems like that's what's saving it. This limitation here is like actually doing a hard limit, while this one is not. Is this one not doing it at all? What if I print the first joint? So this is where it's put 0? Okay, I have misunderstood what current is. Current is, yeah, like that. Okay. So if I were to go here, and I were to reset all this. Why is it down there? Uh-huh. Am I printing the right thing? Index joint. Forward. Okay. Just like stopping orthogonal though. I think it's because the auto is like if I close and then I open it, just something fucked up with the auto thing. Okay. Or you can bring the sky back. Or whatever it is. Whatever it's supposed to be. Sure, whatever. What was I going to check? I was going to check. I wanted to see this. Oh. Am I sure that this is not changing the quaternion? Am I totally sure about that? That's a const method. Is the assumption that it doesn't make sense? It just doesn't make sense. Why is it doing this? If I do nothing, all right, you know, I just like literally, I actually don't do anything at all. But I do that. But I don't do anything at all. And I build this and I see what happens. I don't do anything. Like, here's the thing. It doesn't matter what I do there. I could like set it to point off to infinity with like a super unrealistic quaternion that just is impossible. No matter what, at the end of this, I check the angle to this one and I say, if it's anything at all, this one has to interpolate to this one using this very small value, which this angular delta limit would be like it's like 0.1 degrees, right? So it's very, very small. Right? This runs every time. It's angular delta limit. This is like, yeah, solve iteration. I don't care what you did, you cannot travel further than this amount. It's just super annoying. I'm doing nothing. I've told it to do nothing, and look what happened. Then what's the mistake? I don't even modify it. I'm gonna go crazy. I'm gonna smash a thing. How? I don't do anything anymore. I literally didn't do anything, and now it's like, oh yeah, we're exploding and like curling in to infinity. I haven't changed any of this. Like, what have I changed? Really, what have I changed? Like, I didn't change anything. I turned things off. What did I do, dog? I don't get it. I'm not changing it. I'm not changing it. How is it even rotating? I'm not changing it. I'm going to literally not even call this method. I'm going to let it do whatever, and I'm just literally not going to call this method. I'm not calling the method. I'm just reading in and passing it back out. I'm going to build. I'm going to go get food. I'm going insane. Something is screwing with me. I can't wait to see what it is. I can't wait to see what it is. It's going to blow me away. It's going to be the craziest thing I've ever seen. I'll be back. I'm back. I've got food. I'm going to eat. I think at this point, I'm going to leave this behind. I'm not going to use Godot's one-man spaghetti army IK stuff. Because I think a big problem is that it loses the orientation during the IK process. I also think there's kind of no difference between the IK applying a limited rotation at each step and applying maximum rotations and then a limit. Well, no. I meant to say there is a difference between doing those two things. Because if it is allowed to do a full rotation, like turn as far as it needs to go every single time, it's going to like totally screw the orientations really rapidly. It's going to rapidly degrade, I think. So my thinking is I'm just going to write my own IK modifier. It's going to be simple. It's just going to take the bone rotations directly and rotate them. And at every step, it's going to say, all right, well, where's the end bone? Where should it be? What axis can I rotate on? All right. How far can I rotate? Okay. I'll rotate that far. Instead, it's converting them into points in space, rotating those, or not even rotating them. It's more like teleporting it to the end and then calculating a rotation and then clamping it by its length. It's doing a lot of probably just extra work. That's probably like, you know, maybe it's good in like a generic IK, like you just want like pure math mode, but I know that I'm just rotating stuff. I know that's what I'm doing. I'm rotating things. That's crazy. Good boy. You almost bit my fingers, dog. That's nuts. A dog walked by and he just growled a little bit and that's all he did. I guess he knew I was like getting him something and he didn't want to mess it up. I don't know. I mean, if he barked, I was going to give him something anyway, but just funny. Okay. Or maybe the attempts at training him to stop that he doesn't need to bark at dogs walking by is working. Oops. And plus, it's just a total indirection mess. Like I said, to literally follow the code, I have to have this, 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 and this, and this open to know what's happening. I need to have 6 files open, plus 1 if I'm working directly on the IK. Because that is just how scattered everything is. This update chain coordinate forward goes all the way up to the header file. And then this cache current orientations goes to this header file. And then init joints is on a setting, but that's called from here. In an underscore init joints, then it's like, okay, where's underscore init joints? What's called an underscore process IK. So yeah, I'm just gonna write my own IK. Because at the end of the day, it is really just this loop. And I wouldn't even need to do this either. Actually, honestly, I can skip so much of this because if I'm just doing this loop and I'm just rotating the bones, so I'm gonna jump back and forth to like 3 times for a single bone change to go, okay, let's go from global skeleton space to local pose orientations back to chain IK for the update forward and for the cache and the inits. Because at this point, I just don't know why doing nothing is causing him to rotate. And it's even like just totally bypassing my restrictions as well. I say, take where I was, where I am now, clip it to this area. Because in a single step, it's like it's applying like a 90-degree rotation to every single bone. It's applying like a 10-degree rotation to the femur. It's flipping the tarsus up. It's flipping the tibia up 30 degrees, and then it's flipping the tarsus like 180 degrees. Absurd. I can't use this with a fork and knife. So difficult. I just need it with my hands. Lunchtime, yep. The protest thing got resolved? What? I don't know what that is. Oh, your job. Is that what you mean? The 28th. All right. Dang, these days are going by too fast. I feel like it's not even, I feel like it's still not even June yet. I won't miss you? Good. I'll hire Claude to keep my streak. Don't do that. Sounds believable. Well, you say crazy things. That doesn't mean you do crazy things. The only thing that I think doing this manually is going to be a little bit difficult is this limited rotation, the cone stuff, because there's like some silly things that it's doing. But yeah, this one I think is going to be simple because I already have that. I think essentially what I do is I just calculate the shortest arc by these vectors. And then I would take the bone that I have and rotate it on only the axis I'm allowed to rotate on. And then I also rotate it only up to, well, I think what I do is the way that the axes, well, maybe not. Yeah, I can't remember. I might be able to skip using the quaternion altogether because I can just do the cross product between the two. I get the axis of rotation. And then I think the dot is the angle. So I could just get that axis. Well, I think what I would do is I would take the head to effector, the head to destination, and fix those onto the plane of rotation that I'm allowed to have. So if I'm only allowed to rotate on the Z plane, then I cut out the Z coordinates. And then I would cross those. I'd have to normalize them and then cross them. Right. And then I have it limited on the axis immediately. And then I would calculate that angle and apply that angle. Well, I would calculate the angle and I would limit it to what I'm allowed to rotate by. Or maybe not, because of how limitation works, I probably do have to... The angle delta works, I may have to just do... Or I don't know, because of the way that it works, I'm starting from the physics simulation every time. So I could just do an iteration and use very small angles. But I mean, in theory, I do still want to limit it, so the motors only have to go a small amount at a time. Because the whole point of it is that the... Yeah. I'll figure it out. I'll start writing it. It'll be a script so I can have debug stuff going, and I can do like... I can click to make an iteration. I can click a button to do an iteration. I can click a button to reset it. I have to deal with this stupid skeleton deciding when to run it. I can just, I mean, skeleton's still going to decide when to run it, but for testing and fixing, I don't have to compile, wait a minute every time, go to the skeleton, check the box, see everything fly around. I'm like, I have no clue why that happened. Because there's no ability for me to debug anything. All right. Yeah, I'm doing that. I'm just writing the IK myself. I've had so many problems with it. It sickens me. I hate looking at it. This code, over-engineered. Crazy. All right, I'll be right back. back. All right. I am going to undo all of this. What have I changed there? Yeah, I guess I'm doing that too. Make sure these update. Yeah, but I do want to leave them open because that'll be easier to look at than going through here. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to look at how far back I've been modifying the IK. Actually, I guess I can just do this. I can look here. Is this my version? Yep. I can look here, plan a game. Scene 3D. And kind of everything here should be, I don't know how much there is going to be here. Okay. All right, so the latest one is going to be add rest correction to iterate IK 3D. Well, maybe I keep that one. Let me see. Here's what I would like to do. I would like to keep this in that I want it to be in the code so I can copy it. But then I also want to keep it so that if I have done it wrong, I can look back at it. I don't know. Okay, let me just do this. I'm going to I wonder if I'm able to like extend iterate IK 3D. There, okay. There's kind of a thing that sucks about this. I was making this to like be like an add-on, but now I just remembered rest correction angle is not official. That's not a thing. This is custom. So, oh well. Okay, here's what I want to know. Can I make a script that's like an iterate IK? I don't know where to put this. Guess it probably just becomes node for now. And I think it's like iterate. I'll just see what this lets me do. It probably doesn't let me do anything. Yeah, this is totally locked out. I mean, this is like, what was the point of it then? What was the point of it if you're locked out of implementing a subclass of it? In fact, even IK modifier is locked. You can't do anything with it. You can't extend it. Wow, that's just crazy. Okay. Ridiculous. What is it? Skeleton modifier. At least this one was written with whatever. Process modification with delta, get skeleton. Okay. So what I have to replicate sorry. What I have to replicate is the settings, all of the settings, which are really not that much. It's just kind of a root bone and end bone, the rest correction, and then the access limitations, but I've done all that, I can do it again. I'll start with yeah, so an IK modifier will contain ah. All right, sorry. It needs to have some sort of I'm going to make them resources. Essentially, it'll be a resource for a chain, and then a resource for the individual bone part. So let's go and make that. How about I do this? I can say to rename this to chain resource. And then I won't do a class name there. Instead, I will say up here, There's something with the types, right? Yeah. So that becomes a type. And then a chain resource. We also have the joint resource. Same thing, no class name. I wonder if we could just write like class. Yeah, whatever. It's gonna look the same. um, Let me think about this. Let me think about this. The thing is, a chain resource needs to have an array of the joint resources, but the chain resource here doesn't know about the joint resources. I mean, I guess I could just kind of do it the same way where I include it. Maybe that's okay. I guess so, right? I've got to go out here and duplicate this. The hint enum suggestion. How could it not be set anywhere? It's set here. Get concatenated bone names string name. Did I make the rest correction angle? Zero to 180 radians as degrees. Okay. Hey, Danilin. I kind of missed that message. I'm writing the IK myself now because I'm just mad. I'm sick of it. And actually I want this to be like a degree symbol somewhere, I'm sure. It would definitely be here. Yeah, there it is. I don't know if I need to list both. I think I have to, because otherwise the range doesn't, that range is weird if I don't do that. Yeah, I actually have to. How many degrees per second? 1, I guess. Yeah, probably what makes more sense is to take the pose, apply the rest correction, and then apply IK from there. Instead of doing IK rest correction, because then that's kind of like gonna undo whatever IK was doing to achieve. And maybe that could cause like just kind of an infinite loop though. Maybe it is better to... Yeah, no, I think it is. I think it does have to be applied after IK. Because then the IK will be wrong again, and so we'll have to update and get back, and then it will be made to be wrong. hearing a sound, trying to figure out what it was. Right, and then I would have the list of joints. I mean, I don't really have a reason to make more resources, honestly. Not really. But I definitely don't want to go down the route of having just this other thing. Or like a fully managed thing, and if any of the bone names are lost, the whole joint array is just obliterated. So I like to keep them as resources so they actually can't just be deleted like that. Okay. So there's that, and then the joint list. I'm effectively just going to copy what this has. So this one's actually really simple. The rotation axis, which I'm just going to keep things super simple and only code in what I know I'm going to use. Which is going to be X, Y, and Z, but I'm not even going to use Y, so. I just do export. Then, yeah, actually we'll make this an enum, so I can have different names for it. Just like that. Dumb. That is just dumb that I can't use an enum. Whatever then. Ah. They're integers anyway, right? And that's all it needs. Okay. So the chain resource has an array of those. But also I do want to still have this. What does this one do? Hint enum. Yeah, okay, I guess I just do that. Iterations. an angular delta limit. This will be also degrees per second, yeah. So I guess I start with back. What did I miss? Nothing so far. And then I think I do want to still have this. Essentially, this option is going to act as... It's going to act as saying either use the current skeleton pose, or start from the current skeleton pose, or use an internal tracker. And I want to turn it on. I want off to be the default, and I have to turn it on. Turning it on, the default would be to operate from the current skeleton pose. And then the alternative is to keep an internal cache. Oh, there. And then change it to have the target node. Node path valid types. Actually, no, not valid types, just... Oh, yeah. Yeah, it does have to be. It has to be a node 3D. Okay. For setting and setting list, so I need to have an internal representation of each chain that will essentially just track the bone. Yeah, I think just what do I think of here? Bone transforms. And each transform is going to be relative to its parent. the reason I need the transforms is because the transforms will also encode the length. Positions will encode the length, and then the have the basis. So this has to be some kind of internal. This has to just be like an object, I think. Is probably the best way to go. Bone chain, I guess. It'll have a list of bone indexes. It will have maybe I should put this up here. Then that's enough for me to get the bone poses and I mean that's actually kind of everything, isn't it? So do I even need to do that? I could just have an array of acting 32 arrays. I could just have an array of all of them as well. And maybe the first number tells me the offset. Do this. I don't need this. Well, actually, if I want to use the last result, then I do have to save it somehow. You know what? I don't want it. I don't want it. it's always going to be physical, so I don't want it. I don't need it. I just need my array of bone IDs. Whoa. I do have to make sure that I gotta go get water. I'll be right back. Really quick. I'm back. Stupid IK stuff, man. Alright, so essentially it's I need to handle both cases where or I need to handle the case where this is not set up yet. So the chain boneless just doesn't have anything. And in fact, I'll just check it up here. Nah, how about this? Wait, I do have the ready function actually. I forgot that I had that. Never mind, I don't have it yet. Does modifier always call skeleton changed? Guess I get to find out. Eight skeleton. Um, oh, cool. It has a skeleton right away. All right, cool. Then that's good. Bonus not equal to the root bone, and I will. I do have to keep. Yeah, I have to keep everyone. So this includes a leaf bone that effectively encodes the length of the final bone. So I do have to keep this one. I'm just building a list. Is reverse in place? Yes. So I've got that. Process modification with delta. Would it be viable to? Because I'm not gonna worry about that. Don't do that. Just go with it. Make it happen first. For Nixon range count. So I now have a list of bone IDs and then a the joint settings. So we just say like process chain, and it will be that. So I get the bones and then I get the setting. I guess it would be more like the joint list. And then the logic here is each index in the bone list corresponds to an index in the joint list. This is where I do like the iteration count. Yeah, so I would run all the iterations. maybe I can keep a little bit more logic up here. Yeah, let me keep a little bit more logic up here instead of jumping straight to a function. So I think the first thing I do is, yeah, I mean, I think I just kind of do the iterations, right? The iterate IK definitely is going to be a different thing though, so this will be like a one iteration. I have to calculate. Yeah, calculate the distance between the end bone and the target node. And the iterate, I think, needs to be provided at target position. All these will be in skeleton global space, so I need to say skeleton global transform affine inverse, and then I have to get the node. I don't know exactly how target nodes will be found, but so I get the target position as being relative to the skeleton. And then I can calculate a distance to there. That would be the distance between the last bone in this list and the target position. Yeah, then at this point I would do an iterate on the chain, which will physically move the skeleton. Yeah, it'll physically move everything. Yes, I think so. But in order to do a limitation, I do have to save where things are now. Let me get vector 4 out of a quaternion. I can do that out of individual components. Let me make it simpler. Yeah. It's a helicopter. Okay, so I save all the rotations so that I can limit them after all the iterations run. Iterate chain. You get the bone list. I give the target position so it knows where it's going. And then I think it's all it really gets. Yeah, because it'll just be changing the bones directly. Right. So then I go through all the iterations, and now the skeleton bone poses are where the IK wants to put them. Now I just have to go through each one of these and trim it back to the maximum allowed change. One second. Okay. Oh. Just say hi then. Only 6 hours. Yeah, so far. When did it come to check double? Let me check double. What's the difference here? Does not check if the rotation path is smaller than 90 degrees. What? What? Okay, what does this one use? slurp. Okay. Does not check if it's smaller than 90 degrees. What's the point? The limiter is the delta, not the angle. This is the limit. So it would be this times delta. Okay. Okay, that limits the rotation. It should. I obtain the prior one, I obtain the new rotation, and I say, all right, whatever that is, you cannot go further than this amount. And then I also have a rest correction. So yeah, I apply the rest correction first, which just means I interpolate from the result to its rest pose using this correction rate. Yeah, I want to apply the rest first, and then I do the limit? Or do I limit and then apply the rest? It could be that the rest is going in the same direction as that, so I want to, yeah, I want to make sure that I apply the rest before the limit. Just like that. Here. Angle interpolate to that one. Rest correction over the angle. Min 1. Pose to rest. Yep. This does require that angle be greater than 0. Let me say if angle is greater than point, I think it was like, it goes through like 0.1 degrees. .7E3. Okay, so now I just need to iterate chain to do this. Wow, it's already kind of nuts the amount of code that I'm down to from what this is. So we start by saving. We get the joint size and the chain size. So there would be, yeah, there'd be one fewer. Chain is the number of bones. So in the chain, I would have start here, here, here. I would have 4 bones. Joints, I would have 1, 2, 3. Because the last one doesn't count. So current effector, chain minus the chain size minus 1, which is weird because it's always the same value. Unless chain size is no, chain size is not modified. So current effector is always the same value. I'll just start writing it out and I can simplify. Should I look up what CCD is? Cyclic coordinate descent. Rotation based? Yeah, sure you are. Oh. Oh. Oh, wow. I mean, it does look really, really simple, though, to be honest. I probably don't need to. 1 sec. I'll be back. I'm back. Okay. I mean, maybe I should check, because, you know, what are the odds that... What are the odds it was done wrong, you know? What are the chances of that? Shader toy implementation? Rotation between EI, TI. EI is the in effector vector for the ith link. TI is the target vector for the ith link. Okay. That's literally it. Constraining it to the axis is quite simple. That axis be the current axis. The ith... Joint rotate by that. Current axis... Rotation back has rotation between the current axis. Rotation I. Okay, well, you gotta tell me what a rotation is. What's a rotation? You're just like hand waving a lot of stuff away there. Interactive source code. That's pretty cool. That's really cool, actually. That's great. Solve IK. Matrix. Tool direction. Target direction. Quaternion. Tool direction. Tool tip position. I guess, yeah, the end of it, at the end of a piece. Or no, no, yeah, tool tip position, which is the end of here. And then target is here. So it is from quaternion. Set from unit vectors. Angle here to here. I take this and I multiply it by that. So I rotate it. And then from here to the parent and rotate the axis by it. Inverse rotation. Parent axis. Axis. This is what it's allowed to rotate on. And then I say from this axis to where it, from its axis to where it is now, and then I rotate back. Yeah. Marathon didn't even pass its release peak. That's really sad. Destiny was close to an all-time peak. Close to its all-time peak after being out for years. Marathon can't pass its peak after being free within less than a year of it. Someone did look it up. We saw it. I opened it up on stream and I saw it. And then I saw later on some when they were gonna shut down stuff and they were looking at Bungie. They pulled up the final stats. I thought you looked at it again. I mean, I didn't look it up again, but I did see like where it ended up. So I saw that after its peak, it didn't go past pretty much what I saw when I was looking at it the first time. And then after it was stopped being free, it dropped to like exactly the same numbers that it was just before it went free. So it's like they only really recovered the amount that they would have lost over that time. That's all they managed to do. I really wonder what the reason is for that. Because I believe someone there said that they had continuously been pitching Destiny 3 and they kept getting rejected for the game. So, either, their pitch could have been terrible or they didn't want to go for it. Or maybe both. Wasn't making money. I mean, it made a lot of money. I'm sure it did. I'm sure overall it's probably profitable. Because they kept working on it. If it wasn't profitable for that long, then that'd be crazy. Rotation set from vector 3. Rotation and quaternion. Why do we have two different things here? Is that a 3JS thing? I really hope not. It's a 3JS thing, isn't it? Joint is a group? A group of what? No, since I was acquisition, I never made money according to the fiscal reports. Wow. I remember playing Destiny 2. I played it. I don't think I spent any money on it, but I played it. Okay, how is it able to just call dot quaternion and dot rotation? What's a 3 group? I mean, either way, like, it's pretty obvious what's going on here. I've found, and most likely this is probably the implementation the guy followed, he just converted it back to nodes, or vectors, instead of using rotations. Because these rotations maintain saw some ex-Bungie person on Twitter claim online. Bungie was get shut down if somebody didn't buy them. I mean, you can say whatever you want if no one can figure out who you are. Face in the profile. What is this doing? This is taking the axis, which is a vector, rotating it by the inverse, and then calculating the rotation from that axis. So if the axis is like the x-axis and you only rotate it that way, then you're good. But if it rotates this way, then your axis has changed, so then you calculate the angle from there to there, and then you rotate that back. Sure. And do solve. Why does this just randomly indent? Animate, solve IK. Yeah, they only go forward in one direction too. So why do they step forwards and backwards then? Because you don't have to. Devious. Wait, what? Devious and relies on sensical computation of these values. I don't care about doing that one. Whoop. Where do you get this from? Reference. What? Why does the AI thing do that? It starts scrolling me down the page. Wow. Oh my god, stop. Okay. Oh, it's one of these places. Why do they all do this? Can I figure out where the button is to read this? Like, Steambox price $1,000. That's not bad, I think, given what it is and what things cost now. Can I find it anywhere? Does anyone just have it? And I don't have to I don't have to like figure out where how to get to the thing itself. Request Gonna send it. Dude. Okay. Minus. Does this work? Robotic. Stop. This one again. Okay, but why is his reference to source code that doesn't even... What? Shader toy example? Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh my god. Just close it. Just close it. Jesus. What the hell? That killed my computer. It didn't even give me a warning. It didn't give me a warning. It was just like instantly tanking it. Wow. Okay. I gotta be quick on this one. Close it up. Close it up. Jesus. Dude, what the... Why? Shader tool normally says, this is a high intensity thing. Click the thing to activate. Jeez. That's insane. Never mind then. Okay, but why is it forwards and backwards? Why is it forwards and backwards? Why do you want to go forwards and backwards? Inspired by the blog post. Here. Inspired. So... Okay. Is this a real page? What is this? Jonathan Blow. What? What? What's he doing here? Crazy. Why forwards and backwards? Why? But why? Why do this? Why go forwards and backwards? Do you have to? Sorry, I missed that message from like 10 minutes ago. Check what would Miss Skynet say? You know, LLM? I think honestly it was just made up. I think one of these guys just made it up. Maybe I should read this and see what the explanation is for why they decided to go forwards and backwards. The core of the algorithm is this. He just says it's this. So also this is a blog post here, and then oh right. No, but then this references wait. I'm confused now. This reference is here. At its core, the algorithm is very simple. The core of the algorithm is extremely simple. And then it's a reference to here. J Blow. I think it literally just got made up. I think that was literally just made up here. I don't think it's necessarily better than not doing it. And it might even be like a misunderstanding of it. Because it's not referenced here. If I read through this, does he reference himself? What the hell? Oh, there it is. CCD. And this is outlined by, yep, there's the robotics. The method he used starts at the last link in the chain and works backwards, adjusting each joint along the way. Yeah, so you start with this one, you rotate it, and then you start with here and rotate it, and then you would. Yeah. What is this? The dot product relationship between the vectors is defined as... This makes no sense. Defined as what? 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 There's like a mistake in the article, like an editor thing, an editor node. Just left it in there. Yeah, so this one starts at the end and goes back to the start. And that's all it does. I don't see a way that it changes the loop. Yeah, there's not a double loop here. Right. So where did that come from? Wait. Oh. No, I'm just not reading correctly. This is still iterations. It's still starting at the end and going to the front. So this part did just actually make it up. Okay, so I don't want to do that. So I'm just not going to do that. Just not going to do that. I'm going to start at the end and go to the front. Though, I think I do ignore the I think I still ignore. Wait. Okay, geez, that was wow. All right, that was a mess. So it's wrong. It's wrong. It's weirdly wrong and weirdly n squared for some reason. Or maybe this is more like n factorial, actually. Which is slightly... No, that's not n factorial. What am I thinking? What would this be? It's like n times n minus 1? It's like n squared or something. It's close to that. Okay. Dang. All right. For... I'm starting at joint count. From joint count yeah, I'm just following the other one. So I don't look at the last one though. And I go to, this is where I stop at. One second, I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay, so the last bone, the end bone, yeah, it's just the bone. This from the second last bone. So we'll get something really quick. What were the options? Yeah, I was wondering, like, did you just copy paste something? No, you just like really. They did actually just make it up. It's just crazy. So far, everything I found has said you just start from the end and you go up. It's like, oh yeah, we start from the end and we go up, and then we go back, and then we go forward, and then we go back, and we go forward. We just sweep like that. Make any sense? So it is very simply, I take the arc between a line drawn from where I am to the target, and from where I am to the end bone. Target will be in global space. Would I make a quaternion from... I'm not even gonna look at that, honestly. I've got a better resource on it now. Who knows what it is? Where it is. I mean, they just pick and choose wherever they want it to go, don't they? I think we just like flip a coin. Or they decide it goes somewhere. Where is it? I feel like implementing this one on the header file. I feel like implementing this one in the compiled file. There it is. Okay. Jeez. So this will normalize the vectors for me. So I don't normalize them. Good. And then it normalizes itself. Great. So I've got no reason to normalize it. So toTarget is from where I am. No, I need a full bone transform. I'm not gonna worry about it. So this will be end transform. Or more like end position. Yeah, let's do this. This one is the end. To end, to target. Shortest arc from to end to target. And then I can obtain the current axis by just rotating backwards against that axis. So I get this rotation. I take the axis. Yeah, just take the that rotation quaternion, and then I rotate the joint's axis. The axis, if I say the axis is the x-axis, then this is the local x. Right. So I could say rotation to target, and then I could say the idea is I rotate I think I'll stick with Quaternions. And then I'll send it. Because this is the one I'm going to save, right? I'm going to set the bone rotation. Yeah, I'll be setting the global rotation. Right. Which way does it go? I think the transforms are taking... Yeah, I take this one and I... Let me just double check. Rotates... This rotates the right quaternion by this quaternion, which, I mean, it sounds weird, but that's... Is that the right way? I don't think so. I think that's not right. Okay, what does a basis do when I tell it to rotate by a quaternion? Return the quaternion times it. Yeah, I mean, Godot is just like... crazy land, you know? You always have to do everything backwards because they're just like that. Oh, the axes are counterclockwise for positive. Oh, you have to... When you multiply, you're actually rotating the other one by this one. So this means I'm taking this one and rotating it by that one. Instead of doing one rotation times this one, which would mean this one rotated by that one. Like any other normal. Whatever. And who knows, maybe that's wrong. They say parent and child. I don't know which one that means. This one's the parent? I don't know. Rotate that, and then the idea is I then take the axis, do the same thing. I take that rotation, rotate the axis. And I think it's the is it the rotation axis? It's gonna be something a little bit different, I think. Yeah, so this one's actually normal. Wait, what's the setting? Yeah, wait, I need a setting. So I obtain this axis. This axis needs to rotate back to where it was. Yeah, I'm taking the bone transform before I've rotated it. I'll call this new, so it's really clear. So to say, rotated axis will be rotation to targets, axis. So in a good case, this axis basically doesn't move, but usually it's going to move. So I take that and then I rotate it backwards by this. But I think they actually do a little bit more clever than that. No, yeah, it's just rotation like that, and then they just send it back. And then I have to apply the overall limitation cone to it. So that I actually do need to have that open. I did need that. So this calls get limited rotation, which is probably going to be iterate IK header, get limited rotation. And I'll call limitation solve. Suspect me, but can I even use that actually? I did not consider that. I may not be able to use it because, you know, they just didn't think of that. I can't use it. I can get the angle if it's a joint limitation cone. Yeah, I mean, these guys are just geniuses, right? He just changed this particular IK, and then none of it is extensible. It's fragile. The skeleton changes, you just lose everything. Man. I mean, honestly, I think this one's probably the biggest tell. A joint limitation 3D parent class with no exposed methods. And it's abstract, and it is inherited, it is implemented by one type. And this also has no methods. I do want to get this setting though. That's all I get out of it. Is just this. The angle. I don't understand. I don't know what the right axis means in this case. I think it would apply if it wasn't a cone limitation, but because it is a cone limitation, I mean, I can just follow what they do because it's probably really simple. Where would it be? Main or resources 3D? Join limitation. So there's the underscore solve, and there's this solve. So here's this solve, which makes space, does a lot of stuff. Local forward vector, local right vector. I guess I have to go all the way back to this one to understand how this... That's the thing, man. The layers that I have to go through to even be able to follow what's happening. Get limitation right axis vector. Okay. But I think in this case I actually just ignore that because it's a cone. There's no concept of right axis. I'm just limiting it to the cone. So what I do is I take the local current vector, I put it in this space, which is more just about what is it relationship, what is the relationship to the first one, which is the forward vector. The forward vector is the one I'm solving for. That's the one I'm solving for. What am I solving for? Back to this one. The names are bad. The names are meaningless. It's like solving, is that the vector I'm solving? What's the one that I'm solving for? I should be solving t vector, right? But I spin it by the offset. The offset is what? But the offset is actually not the same as the limited offset. The limitation offset, it's not the same one. So from the global rest rotation is my offset apparently. Not my, maybe a reference. Maybe reference would make more sense there. So what the hell am I doing? P vector is the one that I solve for. Forward vector is... I think it's always actually just y, in fact. Yeah, I think forward vector is actually always just y. No. Forward vector is... What? Forward vector... Now I can open more files. What is forward vector? I don't know. Forward vector is the rest. Forward vector is rest. Forward vector is the y component of the bone rotation. It's the y component. That's forward vector. It's y. Let me just start writing it out and see what I can simplify then. That is the Y. Forward vector retrieved. Then I have the global arrest. Whoop, sorry, as the offset. Global arrest is actually not. Global arrest is its rest relative to the parent bone's current rotation. Well, it should always be going up the chain, right? Yeah, because that's how I build these chains. It's always by grabbing their parents. So I know for a fact that this is fine. Get bone parent of bone. Pose. Transform the rest. The bone ID. That's G rest. So offset is G rest. What's wrong with this? Basis. Okay. And then the vector is just the current forward vector. Okay. Now here. Offset vector forward. Local vector. Offset inversely transform vector. Length. I get the length of this vector. And then if it's 0, I don't do anything. Sure. Limit rotation using forward axis. Forward axis is... Wait, did I get that wrong? Forward vector. Forward vector is the bone rest. It's the forward of this bone. Of the rest. That's correct. Okay. Offset is this global rest. Let me just keep the same names. Offset. Then it's the actual vector I'm fixing. Like, that's the weird thing. Why is it in this order? I believe, yeah, it's supposed to return like a new vector. But I'm going to totally change it. With the limitation. I'll get there when I get there. I'm just kind of copying it for now, but I am going to like greatly simplify it. I definitely will. Okay. So if the length is 0, in fact, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to say local vector. Actually, since I'm just rotating it, if the vector is 0. Okay, so we totally sidestep all of that. And then the limit will be limitation solve. Local forward, local right. Rotation offset. Which is what? P forward. That's why I hit it, because it's they flip everything back and forth constantly. And I don't know what's happening anymore. Then limitation right axis vector. It's just so much garbage. Limitation right axis, limitation offset. Oh man, offset. And then the thing that we're actually solving for here, local vector. Normalized. This is just return result. No, I do offset transform the result. Yeah, I hate this. Just going through it, I'm like, wow, this is just, how could you write this? Joint limitation. Local forward, local right, offset. So make space looks like it is just doing it is just creating a z-axis, and then it's it creates a z-axis. Okay, local forward becomes the y. I create a z-axis from the forward and the right, normalize it. Then I create a new x-axis from that. So essentially this is just ensuring that the y definitely stays the same, the forward stays the same as the y-axis. The Z-axis, which one is favored then after that? I mean, you know what? Like, never mind. I'm just going to write it out. It's just nuts. And this order does matter, the Y cross Z. Technically, I don't need to normalize that one, but sure. And then I create it from that and I rotate it. That's what I don't get. Why is it on that side? Is it different in their code versus here? No, it couldn't be. Thanks for following Sparky TV. Oh man, I need to wrap it up. I'm like going over my time. So I make this basis and I rotate it in the wrong way. That's what I don't get. Why? Also, why is this wrong? Oh. Whatever. I'll fix it. So I create a basis, and then I rotate it. I do it the wrong way around, it seems. Use superintendent notification sound? I thought it was my phone. Oh, yeah. Yes. There does happen to be ODST playing right now. It's not the only music I play, though. Okay. Space will be equal to basis local right, local forward, local Z, quaternion, rotate by this offset, normalize for some reason. They don't need to do that. Do I need to do that? And then I normalize it again. Interesting. Bring me C# on Godot. I'm not doing C#. It's not C#. And I don't like this code. I am rewriting it so I can unmess it up and make it normal. I saw semicolons. This is C++. This is not C#. Thank goodness. So I take the direction. This is already normalized, so I don't need to do that. I take I inversely trans... Okay. I take vector will be the inverse of that, and then I would do solve, and then I do return that. Now I'm here. Show how clueless I am. Someone hang around. That's alright. Honestly, at this point, like, you don't need to know C++ anymore. You probably shouldn't learn it. I think the whole header file concept is it's so bad. It's always been an annoying thing to me. Especially on projects that just kind of haphazardly throw implementations around between their header files and between their compiled files, so you don't know where you're going to find some code. So you have to have both files open to look for it. Which Godot has that a ton of. Isn't C++ standard? Yes. It definitely is. Center axis. I don't think you need to worry about that. Or do I? Maybe I should do like this, actually. Okay. So I'm just comparing it to the up. Dog. Okay, well, the dog needs to go out, and I need to stop. So I'm gonna save it there for now. Like, at some point you gotta look at this and say, hey, you know what? This is too much messing around with doing what is effectively like 10 to 15 lines of code here. This is so much messing around. All for... Alright, here's the real thing. This is the only implementation of a joint limitation 3D. And yet there is a full API to support an arbitrary joint limitation 3D. How do you know what that API can be if you only have one use? You don't. Expand later when you know the API, or when you have a second example. It's just crazy. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's gonna be it for today. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.